The House will come to order. The invocation today will be given by the Honorable Ken Borton, State Representative from the 105th District. Will members, staff, and guests in the gallery please rise?
Thank you. Please pray with me today. Bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come to you today for the opportunity to convene in this great chamber and do the business of the people of this great state. We ask for your divine guidance as we deal with those important issues that affect the lives of every man, woman, and child who live in this state. With your will and your way, let us do what is right. Amen.
The clerk will open the board for the purpose of taking attendance. The board is now open. Members may check in at their desk. For the purpose of an introduction, the speaker recognizes Representative Frisbee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to introduce my special guest today. That's Bishop Tino Smith. Tino is the head of Kingdom Builders Worldwide Church in Battle Creek. He's become a dear friend. We call each other our brothers from another mother for a reason. We work together really well in getting things done. He's a great entrepreneur. He's become a great leader in the city of Battle Creek and the surrounding areas, and I just want to wish him here today as my guest.
Will the special guest, Tino Smith of Representative Frisbee, please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives.
For the purposes of an introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you. I've got a group of 20 students and 6 adults in from Benton Harbor today in the South Gallery.
Will the special guest, Representative Andrews, please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives.
Speaker recognizes Minority Floor Leader Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to excuse Representatives Herzberg, Liberati, Neely, Snyder, and Whitsett.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the attendance.
Madam Speaker, a quorum of the House is present. There are no members absent with prior excuse.
Will members, staff, and guests in the gallery please rise and join me now in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of third reading of bills and take up calendar item number 8, House Bill 4115.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar number 8, House Bill 4115, introduced by Representative Aragona, a bill to amend an act to regulate and license pawnbrokers. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board. Representative Whitwer. Representative Liberati. Representative Myers Phillips. Votes yes, aye. Representative Fox. Votes nay. The Speaker recognizes Minority Floor Leader Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to excuse Representative Whitwer.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4115, there are 83 aye votes and 21 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumus.
I move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumus.
Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move that the House take up calendar item number 9, House Bill 4116.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 9, House Bill 4116, introduced by Representative Liberati, a bill to amend an act to regulate and license pawnbrokers. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board. Representative Vanderwall votes. Representative Vanderwall votes aye. Representative Pice votes nay. The clerk will tally, display. The clerk will tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4116, there are 83 aye votes and 21 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumus.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Caucus Chair Borton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Attention, Republican members. We have Republican caucus in the Republican caucus room. Republican members, we have a Republican caucus in the Republican caucus room.
Speaker recognizes Democratic Caucus Chair Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democratic colleagues, we have caucus in the Democratic caucus room. Democratic colleagues, caucus in the Democratic caucus room. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Speaker Hall for purpose of an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, today we have 20 students and 1 adult from Chicago, from the University of Chicago in the East Gallery.
Will the special guest of Representative Hall please rise and welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives.
The House come to order and proceed to announcements by the clerk of printing and enrollment.
The clerk announced the following bills and reproduced and made available electronically on Wednesday, March 19th. House Bills 4267 through 4273.
Reports of standing committees.
The Committee on Government Operations, Representative Bagul, Chair, reported House Bill 4118 with recommendation that the substitute H1 be adopted and the bill then pass.
Bill be referred to the order of second reading of bills.
The Committee on Regulatory Reform, Representative Aragona, Chair, reported House Bill 4081 with recommendation that the substitute H1 be adopted and the bill then pass.
Bill be referred to the order of second reading of bills. Notices.
The meeting of the House Oversight Committee on Homeland Security and Foreign Influence, scheduled for Wednesday, March 26th, has been canceled.
Introduction of bills.
Representative Coons offers House Bill 4274, a bill to amend the Revised Judicature Act of 1961. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative Coons offers House Bill 4275, a bill to prohibit ownership of mineral rights by certain foreign entities. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative Snyder offers House Bill 4276, a bill to amend the Michigan Liquor Control Code of 1998. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Regulatory Reform.
Representative Bierlein offers House Bill 4277, a bill to amend the Public Health Code. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Health Policy.
Representative Green offers House Bill 4278, a bill to designate this state as a Purple Heart State. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Representative Jamie Green offers House Bill 4279, a bill to create a Michigan Army National Guard and Air National Guard apprenticeship program. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Families and Veterans.
Representative Edwards offers House Bill 4280, a bill to amend the Public Health Code. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Health Policy.
Representative Edwards offers House Bill 4281, a bill to give certain rights to consumers purchasing or leasing a used motor vehicle. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Regulatory Reform.
Representative Kolazar offers House Bill 4282, a bill to amend the Michigan Liquor Control Code of 1998. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Regulatory Reform.
Representative Preston offers House Bill 4283, a bill to amend the Clean and Renewable Energy and Energy Waste Reduction Act. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Energy.
Representative Paquette offers House Bill 4284, a bill to end an act to regulate and license the selling, purchasing, possessing, and carrying of certain firearms. People of the State of Michigan enact.
Bill be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Representative Kelly offers House Joint Resolution H, a joint resolution proposing amendment to the state constitution of 1963 by amending Section 4 of Article 8 and Section 11 of Article 9.
The joint resolution will be considered at a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Announcements by the clerk.
Received from the Auditor General a copy of the performance audit report on the Michigan Occupational Safety and Health Administration, Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity for March 2025.
The House will stand at ease at the call of the chair. For the purposes of an introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Reingans.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I am delighted today to be joined by 35 students and 12 adults from Jackson. They're from Townsend Elementary School, and they're in the South Gallery.
Will the special guest, Representative Reingans, please rise? Welcome to the House of Representatives. For the purposes of an introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Regas.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. It's my privilege and honor to welcome 27 students and 13 adults from Byron Center, Marshall Elementary. They are in the West Gallery.
Will the special guest of Representative Regas please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives. For the purposes of an introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Bierlein.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Today, the wonderful representative from the 94th District and I have 4 guests in the South Gallery visiting for the Man's Conference from Novell Catholic Central in Saginaw, Michigan.
Will the special guests of Representatives Bierlein and O'Neill please rise? Welcome to the House of Representatives. For the purposes of an introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Song.
Thank you, Chair. Today I have 41 students and 11 adults from the city of Roseville in the East Gallery from Steenham Elementary School.
Will the special guest or Representative Song please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives.
The House will come to order. For the purposes of introduction, Speaker recognizes Representative Warts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to introduce a special guest to you here today that I have with me on the House floor. Olivia Searles from Coldwater High School is here with me, job shadowing.
Will the special guest of Representative Warts please rise and welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives. For the purposes of an intern staff farewell, the chair recognizes Representative Outman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize and thank a valued member of my office, Cameron Butler. Cameron has been an outstanding intern, bringing dedication, hard work, and a great attitude to everything he's done. I hope he's learned a lot during his time here and that he's enjoyed the experience as much as we've enjoyed having him. But Cameron isn't just wrapping up his internship. He's preparing to serve something greater. In just a couple of short weeks, he will be heading to boot camp to serve our country. I want to take this moment to thank him not only for his service to the people of Michigan in this chamber, but for his commitment to defending our nation. Cameron, we appreciate you, and we wish you the very best in this journey ahead. Thank you for everything you've done, and thank you for your service. And Madam Speaker, he is in the South Gallery right now.
Colleagues, please join me in thanking Cameron Butler for his service to the Michigan House of Representatives. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of third reading of bills and take up calendar item number 4, House Bill 4004.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 4, House Bill 4004, introduced by Representative Outman, a bill to amend the Macaulay-Traxler Law Bowman-McNeely Lottery Act. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. Members, the board is still open. Please vote at your desks. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, the question of final passage of House Bill 4004, there are 102 aye votes and 3 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move to take up calendar item number 5, House Bill 4147.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 5, House Bill 4147, introduced by Representative Steele, a bill to amend the State School Aid Act of 1979. People of the State of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are not. Speaker recognizes Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, House Bill 4147. Our school districts are often faced with tough decisions, and consolidation is one of them. When districts consider consolidation, they need to look at the big picture and get a general idea of the budget and the day-to-day operations. By expanding the criteria for consolidation studies, districts will now be able to factor in administrative costs and the day-to-day costs of services like food and janitorial services. Understanding these essential aspects of our school district is necessary when considering whether to consolidate. By making this change, this bill will allow our districts to make better informed decisions with consolidation, and it's the right choice within their communities. Thank you, and I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
The question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4147, there are 97 aye votes and 8 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move that the House take up calendar item number 6, House Bill 4149.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 6, House Bill 4149, introduced by Representative Kuhn, a bill to amend the revised school code. People of the State of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are not. Speaker recognizes Representative Kuhn.
My House Bill 4149 increases transparency by making school performance data easily available to Michigan parents. It requires schools to link directly to the Michigan School Data Parent Dashboard and provides families with an annual summary of key performance metrics. This bipartisan measure empowers parents, strengthens accountability, and helps schools identify areas for improvement. Michigan families deserve clear, direct access to school data. This bill ensures they get it. I ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The question before the House is the passage of a bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4149, there are 86 aye votes and 19 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move that the House take up calendar item number 7, House Bill 4154.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 7, House Bill 4154, introduced by Representative Bagol, a bill to amend the Post-Secondary Enrollment Options Act. People of the State of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are not. Speaker recognizes Representative Hoadley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of House Bill 4154. Too often, we've been told that success only comes with a four-year degree, but let's set the record straight. Trade schools are the backbone of our workforce, providing the essential skills that keep our world turning. Far too long, college has been pushed as the ultimate option for high school graduate. To be clear, there is nothing wrong with a four-year degree, but colleagues, the reality is it's not for everyone. For those of us with gray hair, and some of us with no hair, we remember a time when high school counselors told us that without a four-year degree, we would be nothing but a ditch digger. But the quiet part that they failed to mention is that the heavy ditch digging equipment operator possesses technical skills that may earn them a six-figure salary. House Bill 4154 would allow an eligible student the ability to dual enroll at a trade school in the same manner that a student can dual enroll at a college or university for college credit. Our workforce development needs to be more encompassing to include skilled trades. By allowing high school students to enroll in trade schools under the Post-Secondary Enrollment Options Act, we are opening doors to real, tangible opportunities. This legislation isn't just about education, it's about economic competitiveness and development. I urge a yes vote on House Bill 4154. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Begole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise about House Bill 4154. I introduced this bill because I'm a big supporter and proponent of trade schools. Simply put, House Bill 4154 would amend the Post-Secondary Enrollment Options Act to make a trade school an eligible post-secondary institution. Our youth in high school that are not planning on going to college or university would be able to attend a trade school and earn a certificate while still in high school. That could mean the difference between being employed or in training when they graduate high school compared to being unemployed. I ask that you please support House Bill 4154 and vote yes.
The question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. Members, the board is still open. You may vote at your desk. The clerk will close the board. Representative Slaw votes aye. The clerk will tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4154, there are 92 aye votes and 13 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of motions and resolutions and take up calendar item number 1, House Resolution. I move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I'll move that the House proceed to the order of motions and resolutions and take up calendar item number 1, House Resolution 46.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 1, House Resolution 46, introduced by Representative Steckloff, was postponed for the day during a previous session.
Speaker recognizes Representative Steckloff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my resolution to declare March 22nd, 2025 as Michigan Water Day and World Water Day in the state of Michigan. Growing up in Michigan is a rite of passage to visit, learn about, and marvel at our Great Lakes. It is crucial to recognize the history of our freshwaters and to preserve this essential natural resource that our children can experience on the shores of our Great Lakes in the same way that we did. It is fitting that the United Nations has dedicated World Water Day 2025 to glacier preservation because glaciers were fundamental in shaping our great state's landscape. Our state alone is home to 20% of the world's accessible surface freshwater and 90% of North America's. We are the Great Lakes state, and we all carry a great responsibility to protect and preserve Michigan's waters and current and for future generations. That is why I'm honored to bring forth this resolution for Michigan to join the other states and nations in reaffirming our commitment to preserving and protecting our freshwaters from pollution. Taking action to ensure that every Michigander has access to clean drinking water and instill pride in ourselves and our children for this great responsibility to take care of the Great Lakes. And I humbly ask my colleagues to come together in our duty to protect our fresh waters and vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
The question before the House is on the adoption of House Resolution 46. All those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The resolution is adopted. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of motions and resolutions, I move that the House take up House Resolution 49.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 49, introduced by Representative Scott, a resolution to declare March 21st, 2025 as Abolitionist Day in the state of Michigan.
Speaker recognizes Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in strong support of my resolution, House Resolution 49, that declares March 21st, 2025 as Abolitionist Day in the state of Michigan. The abolitionist movement was one of the earliest and most powerful moral crusades in American history. It was a movement born out of fierce determination to end the evil institution of slavery and to affirm the basic dignity and humanity of every person. Among its most courageous leaders was Michigan's own Laura Smith Haviland. Laura Smith Haviland's life is a testament to what it means to lead with conviction, courage, and compassion. After enduring profound personal losses, the deaths of her parent, children, and child, she channeled her grief into purpose. She made it her life's mission to fight against injustice and the suffering of others, devoting herself fully to the cause of the abolition. In Adrian, Michigan, her home became not just a refuge, but a symbol of resistance. She assisted freedom seekers along with the Underground Railroad, trained others in how to stand up to anti-abolition authorities, and risked her safety repeatedly to ensure others with the taste of freedom. Her efforts did not go unnoticed. In 2018, she was inducted into the National Abolition Hall of Fame, an honor that cements her legacy, not only in Michigan, but also across the country. Today, as we recognize Abolitionist Day, we honor not only Laura Smith Haviland's bravery, but also the countless men and women who stood alongside her, fighting to dismantle the systems of oppression. This resolution reminds us that the struggle for justice did not end with the abolition of slavery. It calls on all of us to continue the work of ensuring freedom, dignity, and equality for every person. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution and commemorating the courageous spirit of the Michigan abolitionists. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of House Resolution 49. All those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The resolution is adopted. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of motions and resolutions, I move that the House take up House Resolution 50.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 50, introduced by Representative Wilson, a resolution to declare March 21st, 2025 as Rosie the Riveter Day in the state of Michigan.
Speaker recognizes Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of my resolution to name March 21st, 2025 Rosie the Riveter Day in Michigan. During Women's History Month, it's only right that we recognize and commend Rosie the Riveter and all that she stands for. Rosie the Riveter is the embodiment of working class Americans. There is some debate on who exactly depicted in the campaign as Rosie the Riveter. For many years, it was believed to be Geraldine Hoff Doyle of Michigan, who worked in a Navy machine shop during the war. However, other sources claim that Rosie was actually Rosie Will Monroe, who worked as a riveter at the Willow Run Bomber Plant in my district of Ypsilanti. What we do know is her value and contributions are iconic. Her campaign image helped spring forward women's momentum into the workforce and contributed to continued war efforts on the home front. She is the image of women's empowerment and success. Whether welding, riveting, driving trucks, repairing airplanes, or serving as radio operators, women's contributions were not unnoticed and a huge contribution to the victory. I urge my colleagues today to support this resolution to recognize women's contributions and to remind those who contributed to the success and safety of our country. Thank you.
The question before the House is on the adoption of House Resolution 50. All those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The resolution is adopted. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of motions and resolutions, I move that the House take up House Resolution 51.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 51, introduced by Representative Menser, a resolution to urge the United States Department of Homeland Security to immediately release $56 million in federal emergency management agency funds allocated to the state of Michigan.
The resolution is referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of motions and resolutions, I move that the House take up House Resolution 52.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 52, introduced by Representative Edwards, a resolution to declare March 2025 as National Social Work Month in the state of Michigan.
Speaker recognizes Representative Edwards.
Thank you. We are happy to recognize the week of social work and the wonderful things that we do. Thank you.
The question before the House is on the adoption of House Resolution 52. All those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The resolution is adopted. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continuing on the order of motions and resolutions, I move that the House take up House Resolution 53.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution Number 53, introduced by Representative Reingans, a resolution to declare April 7th through 13th, 2025 as National Public Health Week in the state of Michigan.
Speaker recognizes Representative Reinigans.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm standing today to recognize National Public Health Week. The American Public Health Association has named National Public Health Week in early April for the last 35 years. April 7th through 13th, 2025 will be National Public Health Week. And I am a proud public health professional. Every policy is a health issue. What sorts of work do public health workers do? I think folks should know that we work in all types of settings. We work with lakes, rivers, and streams. We work on farms, public health departments, nonprofits, clinical settings, including, and we also work in settings such as legislative bodies here in Michigan. We also work in a variety of three-letter acronym agencies like NIH, CDC, US, FDA, and CMS. Our work is mostly invisible, and that is just how we want it. You'd only hear about public health when something goes wrong. Our work helps keep our air clean to breathe. It helps keep our water clean to drink and our food safe to eat. We work to create conditions that make our life worth living and safe and healthy to live. We think about things like our housing, our income level, our community safety. These are things that public health workers do. And like I said, everything that I just mentioned, that is public health. Things that we work on here day in and day out all have an impact on our health. Public health professionals use data to make our decisions, and we update our thinking and our recommendations as we get more data and research. And that is something that we as legislators do as well. 5 years ago last week, we had to really demonstrate that skill. Unfortunately, with COVID, we had to come out of our invisible world and actually be seen and be known, but we updated our thinking and we reacted quickly, and we had a top to bottom response in our country. And I want to thank President Trump for his work on Operation Warp Speed, which helped save millions of lives. Public health advances in nutrition, sanitation, and vaccines have increased life expectancy by a whopping 35 years since American Public Health Association was created about 150 years ago. Think about what we can do in that extra 35 years. Grandparents can become great-grandparents, and we are so thankful that we have such a longer life expectancy in our country. This also comes with challenges like chronic diseases and more older diseases like dementia. But all we want to do is go back into being invisible. So thank you to all the public health workers that help all people thrive here in Michigan, in our country, and all across the world. And I want to wish everybody a happy National Public Health Week.
The question before the House is on the adoption of House Resolution 53. All those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The resolution is adopted. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continuing on the order of motions and resolutions, I move that the House take up House Resolution 54.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution Number 54, introduced by Representative Arbit, a resolution to declare April 4th, 2025 as North Atlantic Treaty Day in the state of Michigan.
The resolution is referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Speaker recognizes Representative Farhat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to discharge the Committee on Appropriations of Senate Bill 55 and 56.
Representative Farhat moves that the committee Speaker recognizes Representative Farhat.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to discharge the Committee on Appropriations of Senate Bill 55.
Representative Farhat moves that the Committee on Appropriations be discharged from further consideration of Senate Bill number 55. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The bill is not discharged. Speaker recognizes Representative Farhat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to discharge the Committee on Appropriations of Senate Bill 56.
Representative Farhat moves that the Committee on Appropriations be discharged from further consideration of Senate Bill number 56. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The bill is not discharged. Speaker recognizes Majority Caucus Chair Borton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Attention, Republican members. Never mind, you can relax.
Speaker recognizes Majority Florida Posthumus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to give committees leave to meet for the balance of today's session.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Bolin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Fiscal Agency Governing Committee will meet in 5 minutes in the House Appropriations Room.
Committee members, please note. Speaker recognizes Democratic Caucus Chair Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democratic colleagues, caucus in the Democratic Caucus room. Democratic colleagues, caucus in the Democratic Caucus room. Thank you.
The House will go at ease at the call of the chair.
House come to order and proceed to announcements by the clerk of printing and enrollment.
The clerk announced the following bills to be reproduced and made available electronically on Thursday, March 20th. Senate Bills 190 through 200.
Notices.
The House Joint Committee on Administrative Rules, scheduled for Thursday, March the 20th, has been canceled. The House Committee on Energy will meet on Tuesday, March the 25th at 9 a.m., room 519 of the House Office Building. The House Committee on Government Operations will meet Wednesday, March 26th at 10:30 a.m. in room 307 of the House Office Building.
The House will stand at ease at the call of the chair.
The House will come to order. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of motions and resolutions and take up House Resolution 55.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 55, introduced by Representative Kelly, a resolution to support the devolution of power from the United States Department of Education to the states and to urge the United States Congress to fully cooperate with these efforts.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Weiss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Resolution 55. Madam Speaker, chaos is no way to govern. This resolution is a disservice to our kids, our teachers, and our entire education system. The U.S. Department of Education provides countless opportunities to Michiganders and ensures our children receive the critical services they need, especially special education services. Dismantling the department would put over $2 billion in federal funding that Michigan currently receives from the federal government for education in jeopardy. We must be committed to protecting public education and standing up for the families that we represent who count on it. This resolution is irresponsible and harmful. Families are focused on keeping up with rising costs and making sure their kids get the education they need and deserve. Creating more structural chaos and destruction is just not the answer. In fact, it is the problem. This resolution is focused on destroying the very systems that support our kids, teachers, and our higher education. Across the state, school districts are struggling to retain teachers, fund building repairs, and support school safety. Dismantling the Department of Education could direct even more dollars away from the public districts that most need them. Public schools don't have the room in their budgets to make up for devastating cuts to federal education funding. H.R. 55 is not about helping students. It's about stripping resources from our schools and creating confusion for parents, students, teachers, and communities. In these uncertain times, especially, Madam Speaker, our kids and their families deserve stability, not doubling down on the circus of chaos in D.C. This is just another political ploy that puts politics before students in schools, and I urge my colleagues not to support this resolution. And Madam Speaker, if they do want to support this resolution, I would urge a record roll call so that they have the political courage to put their name by it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is right. I do support this. I do support this resolution. And each year, the federal government pours more and more of our tax dollars, and because of the rapidly growing national debt, our children's tax dollars into the U.S. Department of Education. In the most recent fiscal year, the department budget was a whopping $268 billion, with a B, billion dollars. What does this giant bureaucracy have to show for it? Only kids who can't read or write, skyrocketing college tuition rates, and a massive entrenched bureaucracy in our nation's capital. This department has wasted billions upon billions of people's dollars on administration and overhead. I'm done with it. These dollars that don't make their way into the classrooms, resources that don't help our students learn the skills that they need. This monumental waste must stop. Students keep falling further and further behind. And the federal government's central planning does not work for students. It only works for bureaucrats. President Trump and Congress need to get rid of the wasteful department and return authority and funding back to the people of the state of Michigan. Let's support students, not broken systems. I urge support for House Resolution 55.
Speaker recognizes Representative Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The original idea for the Department of Education goes back to the Civil War. An officer named James A. Garfield, a teacher and state senator from Ohio, encountered citizens of Kentucky in the backwoods. They spoke to him about the war cause, and he was alarmed to find out that they believed George Washington was in charge of the Union Army. He took this experience and energy as an educator to Congress as he chaired the Appropriations Committee. He made politically more popular the concern to educate the American populace. His federal Department of Education of 1867 had a budget of $4,000, but concerns of federal overreach were very real, and this pressured states to ultimately begin standing up to answer the call and tackle the worthy cause of educating their own citizens. During Reconstruction, education began being recognized by each state as a core obligation, and by 1900, nearly all states had education clauses in their constitutions mandating taxpayer-funded schools. Other concerns with a federal Department of Education at that time would be that it would grow, like all government entities, into one where federal overreach would soon become overwhelming, and that it would bolster bureaucratic interference from individuals in D.C., far removed from local classrooms, and ultimately it would become an unnecessary financial burden on the taxpayer. So here we are today. Many of these concerns have been fulfilled to enormous degrees. The Leviathan that has become this Department of Education has stymied reformers here in Michigan. All of us reformers in our system of education have blamed federal overreach and these faraway figures as reasons that we struggle to do what is best for our kids in our classrooms. President Trump beckons us to fully assume our role here in the state of Michigan, to answer the call and respond to the pressure as states began doing after the Civil War. Governor Whitmer once promised to usher in transformational change in our system of education. When we educators hear that term, our realistic minds are quickly jaded out by the formidable barriers to it, many of which are entrenched in the federal Department of Education. We can now speak about transformational change with a new hope. The chance and opportunity for a true transformational change will actually be upon us now. With a diminished federal Department of Education, we can stand together in this state and place learners first. We can pour into the most talented educators in our classroom today, who in turn pour their lives into their classrooms and students. We can fully step outside of the cult of the average in education, and we can fully assume the responsibility that comes with the task now before us, which is why I understand the fear and consternation of those who may oppose this resolution. We will have no one else to blame. Accountability will now lie squarely upon our shoulders in this state. And so I strongly urge a yes vote here on this significant resolution, a resolution that signals to the President that we here in Michigan are ready and firm-footed to answer the call, to seize the day, to tackle the challenging opportunity of educating Michiganders with limited federal interference, to ensure that our schools are building Michigan citizens, ones who are fortified in mind, body, and soul, ready to uphold the American cause wherever life takes them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to speak to the resolution.
So ordered.
Today I rise in support of House Resolution 55. This resolution advocates for a significant shift in educational governance, moving the control from the federal level back to where it is most effective, local control in the state of Michigan. By passing this resolution, we affirm our belief in the 10th Amendment, which entrusts education to the states, not the federal government. It is clear that one-size-fits-all federal mandates have not successfully addressed the unique needs of our students. Recent declines in reading scores are a call to action. We must tailor our educational strategies to better serve our children, and let's bring the dollars back to Michigan. This resolution empowers Michigan to reclaim its rightful place in determining the education policies that best reflect our values and meet our local needs. It is an opportunity to reduce the bureaucratic overhead and ensure that our tax dollars are used efficiently to enhance student outcomes right here at home. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting House Resolution 55, and together we can forge a path towards educational autonomy and excellence, ensuring a brighter future for every student in Michigan. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Regas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of House Resolution 55. The 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution, the document that we all took an oath to, specifies that powers not specifically delegated to the federal government or prohibited from the states belong to the states. It is this basis and key foundation of our constitutional government. The Department of Education blows through hundreds of billions of dollars per year, equaling to thousands of dollars per student. Yet our test scores only continue to drop, and roughly half of Michigan elementary students cannot read at grade level. Education does not belong in the federal government. It belongs to the states and should be controlled locally. DC bureaucrats do not know our children, parents, local educators, and the men and women elected to school boards know more about Michigan students than any other federal worker hundreds of miles away ever will. Local control and the decentralization of our government is a core tenet that this country was founded upon. I fully support the Trump administration's efforts to return education to the state and permanently close the Department of Education. To be clear, this will not defund education, cut essential services, or negatively impact our children. The Trump administration has stated that key services like loans and special education programs will simply be transferred to other departments. Special education in particular would be transferred over to the Health and Human Services, and special ed programs would remain fully funded. As a mother of 2 children who have received special education, I am grateful that the Trump administration is looking out for these kids.
Speaker recognizes Representative Fitzgerald.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Pursuant to House Rule 27, debate on the floor must be confined and germane to the bill. I don't understand that the administration or a federal government's position or any personality within that organization, how they could impact the debate of this specific bill, and I'd like to have that raised, whether or not this is within order of the House.
The House will go at ease at the call of the chair. The House will come to order. The funding of the federal level, or at the federal level, is pertinent to this resolution before the House. And members, may I remind you to please be germane to the resolution at the whole. Speaker recognizes Representative Regas.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I'm going to repeat my last sentence just, for clarification. I am grateful that the Trump administration is looking out for these kids and keeping families like ours in mind, as it eliminates radical federal overreach. We want what's best for our kids and the students of Michigan. We know what works best. What's best is local control, student-based education. Education is best when handled in the classroom, not in a DC cubicle. I fully support this resolution and returning this important topic to the states. Thank you, President Trump, and I urge my colleagues for a yes vote.
The chair recognizes Speaker Hall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot of conversation going on around the Department of Education lately, and so I commend our colleague, Representative Kelly, for putting forward this resolution. I just say for me, I look at this, I'm not afraid of taking the responsibility on from the federal government and really moving to embrace new curriculums for our kids, figuring out what those curriculums are, ensuring that teachers no longer have to go on Pinterest or somewhere else to find a curriculum. We can set that curriculum here for them. We can ensure that we are going back to the basics, embracing the science of reading, teaching common sense math rather than Common Core math here in Michigan. We can encourage our state to develop and adopt a patriotic civics curriculum. We can do all kinds of things like this if we're empowered by the federal government to make those decisions ourselves. And we can do that together. We are closer to the people than the federal government. We know our school superintendents. We know our school boards. We talk to them. We know our teachers. We know the parents in our districts. They can come and talk to us, and we can work together as a state to set these curriculums in a way that will work much better than what we're seeing. We shouldn't want a great federal bureaucracy that we don't have access to make these decisions for us. We can break the woke bureaucracy in public education, and public schools will serve parents, not faceless bureaucrats or teachers' unions anymore. There you go. And I'll just point out, federal funding's not going to go away. It's not. In fact, we're going to be empowered to spend that money, and we're going to work together as a state to spend that money the best that we can and make a better impact for our kids. Our current policies are not working. It's not working. Kids across the country, they're not where they need to be in reading and math and many things. But I'll just point out, these loans, they should go to the Treasury Department. There are enough competent people there that can actually collect the loans that are owed to the taxpayers. Special education can go to the Health and Human Services Department so that schools can better serve students with disabilities, and the students with the greatest needs are better plugged into the kind of long-term attention and care they might need after they graduate. And Title I money will continue to flow, but it will flow more flexibly than ever before so that students and families are directly empowered rather than effectively disempowered by every dollar the taxpayers spend. For that reason, I urge a yes vote on House Resolution 55. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Michigan students deserve a quality education that prepares them for lifelong success. I'm sure every one of you agrees with that statement. I also hope all my colleagues would acknowledge that far too few kids are receiving the education they deserve. And big government at the federal level has only undermined students, parents, and teachers throughout its 45-year history. The U.S. Department of Education has been part of the problem, not the solution. Across the nation, student achievement has plummeted. Last year, reading scores among 4th and 8th graders hit their lowest point in more than 3 decades. Michigan students have fallen even further behind. 3 out of every 4 students in 4th grade cannot read proficiently. Math results aren't much better.
with more than 3 in 5 Michigan fourth graders not scoring proficiently. The Federal Department of Education currently holds the purse strings for a large chunk of school funding with an emphasis on strings. Federal dollars have all sorts of strings attached, a web of rules and procedures that schools have to follow, even if those rules make students worse off. This top-down, one-size-fits-all approach forces teachers to ignore their students' unique needs, and the results speak for themselves. Children in Saginaw or Saugatuck shouldn't have their education dictated by bureaucrats sitting at desks in Washington, D.C. The people who know them best, their parents and teachers, should be directing their schooling. The framers of our Constitution recognized this essential reality. The federal government has important functions that require a unified national strategy, such as diplomacy, homeland security. But other issues should be handled by states, communities, and the people. The U.S. Department of Education has created all sorts of national regulations without getting results. It's ballooned the bureaucracy instead of supporting student success. We need a focus on helping all students from all backgrounds succeed. Kids need an educational system that will help them learn to read, write, do math, and understand science, know history, and gain skills for life. They need education funding to return to states so the authority over education be back where it belongs, in the hands of states, school boards, educators, and most importantly, parents. It's time for the Congress and President Trump to close the doors of the Department of Education, because getting the federal government out of the way will allow students, communities, educators, and parents to unlock new doors so students can achieve their full potential. As I wrap up, to my friends on the other side of the aisle, before you hit the streets with your placards and pitchforks, I want to remind you that this has happened in our own backyard with our own Governor Whitmer, who has eviscerated the Michigan Department of Ed.
Representative, please keep your comments to the chair. Avoid personalities. Thank you. Speaker recognizes Representative Kelly.
Speaker, I think that what you'll see from today's EO is you'll recognize it as something familiar to Michiganders. Thank you. And I urge support for House Resolution 55.
The question before the House is on the adoption of House Resolution 55. Speaker recognizes Representative Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pursuant to House rules, I move for a record roll call vote.
Representative Fitzgerald requests a record roll call vote. Is the demand supported? The demand is not supported. Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to challenge and appeal the ruling of the chair.
It has been a long-standing precedent of our chamber. The House will go ahead at the call of the chair. House will come to order. The decision of the chair cannot be challenged on a vote. The question before the House is on the adoption of House Resolution 55. All those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The resolution is adopted. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to suspend Rule 41 in order to discharge the Committee on Government Operations from further consideration of House Bill 4195.
The Majority Floor Leader moves to that Rule 41 be suspended. All those in favor vote aye, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The rule is suspended. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
I move that the Committee on Government Operations be discharged from further consideration of House Bill 4195.
The Majority Floor Leader moves that the Committee on Government Operations be discharged from further consideration of House Bill 4195. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The bill is discharged and placed on the order of second reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
I move that the House proceed to the order of second reading of bills and take up House Bill 4195.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Bill 4195, introduced by Representative Tate, a bill to amend the Michigan Vehicle Code. People of the State of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
I move that the House proceed to the order of third reading of bills and take up House Bill 4195 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Bill 4195, introduced by Representative Tate, a bill to amend the Michigan Vehicle Code. People of the State of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are no amendments. Speaker recognizes Representative Aragona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 4195, which will give driver's licenses to illegal aliens. This bill, if signed into law, would validate and legitimize individuals who have entered our country and our state illegally. Madam Speaker, they broke the law to get into the country, and there's a strong probability that they will continue to break the law by working under the table for cash, in the black market, or worse. This bill would reward that bad behavior by giving them an official document that will allow them to apply for government services, get on an airplane, and participate in every aspect of life in our society, up to and including using that identification document to present themselves as an eligible voter. Madam Speaker, we have a huge problem with our open borders. People come into our country and we don't know who they are. Many are criminals or bringing drugs that are killing our citizens. Citizenship comes with rights and responsibilities. We should not reward people who came here illegally. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Shriver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Michigan has 10 million beautiful legal residents. 10 million real American citizens. In just the past 4 years, 10 million illegal aliens have invaded our great nation. House Bill 4195 aims to give Michigan driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
Speaker recognizes Minority Floor Leader Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise this point of order to consider again House Rule number 27 regarding debate and conduct on the floor and conduct within debate. That the question at hand is whether or not the language regarding illegality of someone's documentation status versus undocumented as it is, or documentation status as is listed in House Bill 4195 is germane this debate and our conduct here on the floor.
I believe it is germane to the bill before the body. Thank you. Speaker recognizes Representative Shriver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Michigan has 10 million beautiful legal residents, 10 million real American citizens. In just the past 4 years, 10 million illegal aliens have invaded our great nation. House Bill 4195 aims to give Michigan driver's licenses to illegal aliens. This is insane. If this bill passes, Michigan would become a destination state for every illegal alien and prospective illegal alien all over the world. We already have 250,000 illegal aliens in Michigan at least. With our terrible election laws, aliens with driver's licenses would be able to register and vote. We already had a foreign national vote in 2024. He was apprehended. His vote still counted. Madam Speaker, I urge a no.
Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Fitzgerald.
Madam Chair, I believe that this body understands that we want to have debate about important issues that face Michiganders, and pursuant to Rule 27, I believe that we are not confining the debate in this chamber to the merits of the legislation, and I appeal to you to consider whether or not the statements made in this chamber regarding illegality of someone's documentation status is germane to the bill.
The ruling of the chair is that it is germane to the bill. The House will go at ease at the call of the chair. The House will come to order. Minority Floor Leader Fitzgerald has challenged the ruling of the chair. The question before the House is whether the decision of the chair shall stand as the decision of the House. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. It's record roll call vote. Speaker recognizes Minority Floor Leader Fitzgerald.
A point of information, Madam Chair. Thank you. A friendly point of information just to advise that this is regarding the decision of the chair. Is that correct, to uphold the decision of the chair?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Minority Floor Leader Fitzgerald.
Move to excuse Representative Breen, please.
So ordered. Speaker recognizes Minority Floor Leader Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to excuse Representative Edwards.
So ordered. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question whether the decision of the chair shall stand as the decision of the House, there are 58 aye votes and 45 nay votes.
A majority of the members voting and present having voted in favor, therefore, the ruling of the chair is upheld. Speaker recognizes Representative Shriver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Michigan has 10 million beautiful...
Please avoid repetitiveness. Speaker recognizes Representative Shriver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 4195 aims to give Michigan driver's licenses to illegal aliens. This is insane. Madam Speaker, to avoid reiterating myself, as I have tried to finish my 2-minute speech 3 times, I will urge a no vote on this bill to give driver's licenses to illegal aliens. Furthermore, I declare this bill shall not pass. In the precious name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Speaker recognizes Representative Cavett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. People from Mexico, Canada, and other foreign nations can drive in Michigan with a legitimate foreign state ID. That's the law right now, today. Even if someone breaks our laws by coming into our country illegally, they can still technically drive legally in Michigan. This far-left driver's license plan is nothing more than another way for illegal immigrants to take advantage of state resources they haven't earned. Being a citizen, having a driver's license, is a privilege. Some of us were born into this country, and some of us worked hard and immigrated the legal way and deserve to receive the privileges afforded to us by the Constitution. I refuse to support a plan that would allow the opportunity for members of criminals, violent gang members to skip the line that so many others waited patiently for years to get into. It's not right, and I urge a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Tate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of House Bill 4195. Madam Speaker, I am an imperfect man of faith. And growing up in the church, one of the things we learned about was about compassion and justice for one another. The book of Matthew talks about how are we taking care of the least of these? How are we taking care of Michigan residents as a whole in this chamber? Madam Speaker, I wanted to speak on the merits of this, but unfortunately, as a former speaker, speaking to the current speaker, this is nothing but a political ploy. We should be talking about the economics. We should be talking about taking care of Michigan residents. We should be talking about
Representative, please maintain decorum in the House and speak to the bill before the body. The question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board. Representative Brixey votes aye. Representative Arbit votes Representative Skaggs votes Representative Hope votes Representative Pohutsky votes aye. Representative Scott votes. Representative Pies votes aye. Representative O'Neill votes nay. Representative Martis votes nay. Representative Purry votes aye. Representative Price votes aye. Representative Rogers votes aye. Representative Morgan votes aye. Representative Cerniglu votes aye. Representative Longjohn votes aye. Representative Kofia votes aye. Representative Wooden votes aye. Representative Foreman votes aye. Representative Reinigans votes Representative Carter T. votes aye. Representative Kolazar votes aye. Representative McDonald votes aye. Representative Young votes aye. Representative Farhat votes aye. Representative McKinney votes aye. Representative Conlin votes aye. Representative Fitzgerald votes aye. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Hoskins votes aye. Representative Grant votes Representative Glanville, excuse me, Representative, yep, oh, okay. Representative Glanville votes aye. Representative Tate votes aye. Representative McFall votes aye. Representative Weiss votes aye. Representative Hope votes aye. Representative Reinigans votes aye. Representative Skaggs votes aye. Representative Arbit votes aye. Representative Scott votes aye. Representative Myers-Phillips votes aye. Representative Carter B. votes aye. Representative Andrews votes aye. Representative Steckloff votes aye. The clerk will tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4195, there are 39 aye votes and 64 nay votes.
There being an insufficient number of members elected and serving having voted, therefore the bill has not passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 4195 be referred to the Committee on Government Operations.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of motions and resolutions.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Just to let the members know, there will be no further voting today. When the House adjourns, it stands adjourned until, lost my page, Tuesday, March 25th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m.
The House will stand at ease at the call of a chair. I'm sorry.
There being no further business to come before the House, Representative Scott moves that the House do now adjourn. Hearing no objection, the House will stand adjourned until Tuesday, March 25th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m.